Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. Thank you.
Here, I'm just going to switch. This isn't you. Oh, this is you? All right, then I won't. Probably a good idea. Should we just do these three? And
Yeah, so it's, yeah.
your names and file? Yeah. Okay.
Is that you? Oh, sorry. Hi. I'm here.
Well, I don't know. We'll keep it just we'll keep it just in case. Mayo's gone.
We haven't heard from either of them.
Unclear. We don't know. Theoretically, they were coming, but I haven't heard anything from Victor. I'm just
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. Hello. Is this thing on, as they say? Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us. We seem to have a slightly smaller panel than we had anticipated, which is excellent news for you because you get to hear more from this amazing group of women. Sorry, you can't hear
I can't hear.
because the microphone's not on. It's on. It's on. I don't know. I'm talking pretty loudly. I mean, I am known to be quite loud, but but I'll do my best to be even louder. You know, this does not get requested very often, especially on the home front. But thank you. I appreciate it. All right, we will do our best to be heard with our slightly smaller but no less awesome panel. So. You know, here I've been telling a couple people from out of town, this is considered a really bad weather LA day, so I apologize for anybody who's come in from out of town. It's sort of cruddy. We're doing our best to hang in. I hope you do as well. So let me ask a show of hands. How many people here believe that they make logical, rational choices when you buy products and services? A pretty self-aware group. Because, you know, most of the time people all raise their hands and they're like, of course I do. I compare features and specifications. I think we all think that we do that. But as anyone who really spends a lot of time geeking out on what motivates people to buy knows, we really don't. And, you know, if you think about a crazy statistic, so there's a Harvard neuroscientist named Gerald Zaltman, who's kind of one of the leading researchers on this. And he estimates that 95% of our decisions come out of our subconscious. And we are driven by feelings and the emotions that are evoked more than we are driven by anything else. And we think we make our decisions here. More often we make our decisions here. And with some luxury products with even less sensible organs than the heart. So, we all know at a certain level that buying Air Jordans will not make us jump like Michael Jordan even today. And in fact, if we're really going to be honest with ourselves, we know that it probably won't make us jump any higher than we jump without Air Jordans. But people still buy them. Branded content and celebrity influencers, they work. Because if consumers feel more sympathetic toward a brand, if their products are promoted by a celebrity or someone they admire, they are more likely to have that connection. And this is global. The effect is the same in China as it is in the US. And for the group that most of us are so concerned about, that key 15 to 25 demographic, the people who are setting their behaviors for the rest of their lives, it is the most influential. So it's such a key topic. I'm so glad we're digging into it today. I'm Andrew Solmson. I'm the President of California for Wunderman Thompson. I always think President of California is kind of a funny title, governor having been taken. I don't know if this has existed since when Mexico and California. But, you know, when we at Wunderman Thompson, we created this brand, this agency, just earlier this year. It's a really new brand. And we did that by bringing together J. Walter Thompson and the kind of legacy creative there, Wunderman and the own data that Wunderman has really been at the forefront of, and then the groundbreaking digital of possible. And we talk about ourselves more than anything else as a customer experience agency, because the customer experience is that overall every single brand touch point that the customer feels. And sometimes I like to describe it simply as it's a way a brand shows how much they care. Because we all know what it's like to be with a brand that really cares about us, and we all know what it's like when they don't. So a big part of this customer experience is how do you connect with people emotionally? So having established that we are in no way in control of our decision making, I invite you to make an emotional connection with our awesome panelists, and I would love to ask them to introduce themselves.
Sure. Hi. I promise I'll sing out Louise. My name is Jennifer Fink, and I'm the Director of Digital and Social Media at Glow. We're a digital and social shop out of New York and really specialize in television and entertainment marketing. I've been there about 3.5 years, and I've worked with some amazing, like, huge conglomerate brands like HBO, Showtime, Hulu, TBS, VH1. But I would say the one that we've had the most success with when it comes to influencer marketing is IFC, which is a very niche comedy brand. And we are their agency of record, and I'm lead on the account. So we are focused on creating really an identity brand for IFC and then using all of the shows, the amazing shows that they have, Portlandia, Documentary Now, Brockmire, this really like fun female sketch comedy show called Baroness Von Sketch Show, to really build out that narrative for fans and bring it to life on social. And we really worked really well with influencers who actually are creators for us, who aren't just putting content out there and sort of, promoting a trailer or promoting a scene lift from our shows. We work best with them when they're creating content that really adds value for our fan base. So yeah.
Cool. Hi, I'm Julia Moonves. I'm VP of Sales and Business Development at Pocket Watch. We're basically an entertainment studio for the modern kid. So we create global franchises out of digitally native stars and creators that are really loved by sort of the under 10 crowd. And what I really focus on is how do you safely and ethically but engagingly connect with a kid audience on the platforms where they're consuming a ton. So we work with everyone from Kraft Heinz and Kellogg's to Mattel and Hasbro, and yeah, that's the brief version of that.
Great. And my name's Hannah Taylor. I'm a partner. Thank you. Can you guys hear me now? My name's Hannah Taylor. I'm a partner in a law firm in New York called Frankfurt Kernet with a small LA presence. I'm an advertising lawyer with a specialty in social media, so my role on the panel is to discuss what's going on the legal side of all of this, because as many of you have heard, the Federal Trade Commission, which is sort of the part of the federal government that regulates national advertising, has taken an interest in this area, thinking that maybe it could be deceiving consumers, and so that's what I'm going to be talking about today.
Cool.
So we have this really interesting mix, right? We've got, Jen focused on social media strategy for big brands and entertainment properties. We get Julia, who is really a content creator and working with many content creators, and we're going to talk in some depth. And then this incredibly important piece of influencer and celebrity marketing, which is what are you allowed to say, that Hannah represents. And I think anyone who spends time on social media knows this has changed a lot, and there has been a huge furor over it. So I want to start digging in. Julia, I really want to kind of begin thinking about, I'm going to pick one of your clients, one of your partners, I should say, who is Ryan. Has anyone here ever heard of Ryan's World? Mm-hmm. Or sorry, do I have that right? Okay. So Ryan is an 8-year-old boy. He's the creative director of Ryan's World. And he has videos that have been seen in total over 30 billion times. Julia, we now live in a different world. Like, how do we get here?
I was trying to figure out a way to answer this question without using all of the terms, because it's really a convergence of technology. But I think it's a combination of, we now have platforms where you can put up content and a kid across the planet can see it. And we also have the ability for, Ryan's family's just a regular family. His mom's a teacher, his dad was an engineer, and they were able to make content of their kid just playing with toys for little to nothing. They filmed it on their phone and put it up on a free platform. So it's being able to sort of mix really easy to produce content on platforms that reach across the planet. And we found out that kids really like to watch other kids play and hang out with their parents and do fun science projects. And, that's not necessarily the content that major cable broadcasters were making. But between massive distribution and really easy to produce content, we found out that's kids' favorite stuff to watch.
Yeah, I really would recommend, because this has been really eye-opening for me, go and check out his channel after this, not during it, please. And
you can go now if you want.
He has individual videos that have been seen 2 billion times, right? And when you look at the video, you're going to kind of think, I'm surprised. And I think Julia told me something that was really stuck in my head, where she's like, if you covered up the view count, it could just be like, your friend sending you a video of their kid playing, and you'd be like, yeah, it looks nice, looks like he's having fun.
Yep.
And then 2 billion views later, suddenly you've got an entertainment property on your hands. So I want to ask you, you talked about making sure it was done safely and ethically. Obviously, for you, and Hannah, this is a big part of your world as well, with kids programming and particularly kids videos being as popular as they are, what are the privacy concerns that we have to look at now, and how are those changing?
Yeah, do you want me to go?
Yeah, I would love for both of you to talk about it. If you could.
Okay, I'll start. I am not a lawyer, but the big thing that we're dealing with right now, the platform we work the most with is YouTube, which when it started was not designed to be a kids content platform. So their stance was always our users are 13 and above, and when there's users that are 13 and above, correct me if I'm wrong, there's different rules that apply in terms of how you collect data and how you know, what you can know about your user, as opposed to if they're under 13, you basically shouldn't be collecting any data whatsoever.
Without verified parental consent.
There you go. And as you guys probably know, when your kids are on an iPad and with headphones on, they're not necessarily coming up to you and getting consent for everything they're consuming. So on January 1st of 2020, YouTube is becoming COPPA compliant, and that's the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act. So basically, the rules are changing around how you can advertise to kids, how you can track data about kid users on the platform, which is a really big deal because a majority of the ads on YouTube are interest-based, meaning they know something about the user, they know something about the viewer, and you can target them with advertising. And now for kids content, that's going to go away, which is a really good thing. Like, we don't want companies to know data about our kids. We don't want to target them with interest-based advertising. So it's a good thing, but it's really going to shake up the space because users create a lot of money from the ads that run on their videos, so making sure creators are prepared for the hit they're going to take and how to change how they do their business when, you know, Google suddenly takes away a lot of their revenue.
Yeah, and I think that's right. Just from a legal perspective, I mean, everything that was already discussed is exactly right. I think what I would add to that is that if you're working on a major platform like, you know, Ryan or Evan do, you probably have to contend with what the platform is already thinking about, which is, are they themselves COPPA compliant, and you as a poster on that platform are sort of just following along with whatever the guidelines of the platform are. Where it becomes a bigger issue is if you are not on YouTube, but you have like native videos on your own website, or you are posting on a brand's site and then thinking about whether or not the brand's own site is COPPA compliant. In truth, I'm an advertising lawyer. We have a separate privacy team, so you know the world of privacy is quite complex, but you're exactly right that the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act does say that you can't target kids under 13 without verified parental consent, and how you actually get verified parental consent is pretty complicated. There are all these online mechanisms. It's, you know, you can't just have a sort of, someone send me an email and a kid can, you know, write back and say, this is cool. There's a credit card that's involved. There's an unchecked box. There's, you know, really a lot of steps that go into it. The other thing I would say, just from the legal perspective on the kids side, is that you obviously have to disclose in a different way if something is advertising, right? So we are in a different space in the kids world. You know, we'll talk a little bit later about disclosures of making sure that people understand when someone has been paid to post something. When it comes to kids content, you
have to be very explicit. Like, the first frame of the video says this is a paid advertisement or this is an advertisement for the brand, because we want to make sure kids know when they're seeing an ad and that their parents know that they are seeing an ad.
Yeah, and I think much of the data shows that kids don't care, right?
Yeah, they are aware when it's properly disclosed, and they're like, look, it feels good, it's authentic.
It's so cool, right?
Yeah.
So, Julia is laughing at me because I did a similar panel to this last year, and I created this rule that made everyone hate me, which is none of the panelists were allowed to say authentic, because when you're just discussing influencer and celebrity, it's impossible not to say authentic 100 times. So today we're not gonna have that. So. Privacy and data privacy is massive. I mean, you know, my company owns data on 265 million Americans, a crazy number of data points. I take that as both a huge responsibility and also a huge asset, and it's something that's got to be used really carefully. So, as we think about kids, but also beyond kids, we talked about COPPA. Talk a little bit, if you guys will, about CCPA and what's coming in January as far as different laws in California.
Yeah, so I'm actually not a privacy lawyer. I'm an advertising lawyer. So CCPA is not really my area of expertise. But just to give people a sort of really high-level overview of what's going to happen, there is a California-specific law. Again, I'm also a New York lawyer, so California is also not my jurisdiction.
But I say go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Let me just talk off the cuff. CCPA is going to be enforced in 2020, and it basically means that many of you probably know about the GDPR, which was the big sort of European Data Privacy Protection Act that came through, basically said that consumers should have much more control over their data than they do now, right? So they should be able to affirmatively opt out of having you track them online. If you already own their data, they should be able to basically say, stop following me. And so California is going to have an increased sort of matching law to that. Part of the question is what the law is going to look like. We don't yet know. It's still being drafted. The rules are going back and forth with the Attorney General. So, one of the hard things in terms of counseling on it is that it's not set in stone yet. We don't know what the rules are going to be. But to the extent that this is an area in which you practice or you run a business that is California specific, even if you don't, because so many of the residents in the United States actually reside in California, that if you have any national touch, you're probably going to touch a California resident, you should at least talk to a lawyer about what's going on with the CCPA.
It sounds like you know like a lot, though. Even though you said you're a New Yorker, that sounds,
Yeah, Hannah, is
wow.
what I love about her is she's always very careful to say, I want to be really explicit because I'm a lawyer, and I say, I'm a marketer, so I just say all
Right.
kinds of crazy stuff, and it's all totally fine.
Different brain.
So,
Right.
Exactly.
Jen, of course, the data piece is so important, and the privacy piece is critical. And honestly, it's going to really change. I mean, we are finally seeing our lawmakers who I think for a long time just didn't understand what we were talking about and didn't have enough of a frame of reference and a mental model to even know how to legislate. They're starting to get serious about this, or at least they're saber rattling to get serious about this. Mark Zuckerberg's testimony seems to indicate that they are frustrated. But I want to take this back to the creative side of the business because, of course, we've got to make sure this is all done within the proper restrictions. But can you talk about what it's like to work with your clients? How do you start out when you work with a client and they come to you? What's the starting place when you're starting a social strategy or a social campaign for them?
Sure. So we always start with what's the internal goal that they have? And then B, who is the audience they're trying to reach? And then from there, we're sort of figuring out, okay, from the audience and the goal, what are the right platforms that we should be talking on? And most of the time right now, that is purely Instagram. It's just where we're finding the most success. And as far as user growth goes, it's, the other platforms are kind of stagnant. So we're finding a lot of success with Instagram. And then, from there, we're building out, okay, what is the narrative that the show is telling on television? And then how do we want to extend that narrative in a way that fans are going to really want to see in world on social? And so we're choosing influencers and branded content or advertisers the ones we're working with from that point. What is the story that we're telling on television, and then how do we want to extend that to social, and how do we bring that to life with an influencer who's not just going to share out our trailer or share out a promo from our account, but how are they going to create a piece of content that is going to add value for the user and let them know that A, we get the show just as much as they do, and B, we're going to provide them with an experience they didn't expect. And we've had the most success with influencers who are actually creators themselves. So people like Ryan, somebody who is creating content on the regular, those are the types of influencers we like to work with. And those, that are micro influencers, we see a lot more success with. And that's purely because at this point, you can really buy followers and you can really buy a lot of the engagement. So what we're looking at really is sentiment. And how are their followers kind of reacting to the types of content they're creating, and how could we work together to create something that's interesting and different?
And I would just stop there to say just a quick legal point on that, which is that it's illegal to buy followers. So in addition to it being sort of, deceptive and poor practice and could anger a brand or a company like Glow looking to find real engagement, there's actually been a series of Attorney General actions in the last year where against companies who are basic business model is to sell followers or likes for people looking to increase engagement. So definitely be careful there.
Have any big brands gotten in trouble for buying followers that you can tell us about?
No brands have gotten in trouble for buying followers, but the follower farms, as we call them, are the targets of the lawsuit. So there's a company called Devumi, Devum. I just laughing, apparently well known in the industry, where I think it's less brands because I think many brands have organic followings, but influencers looking to attract brand attention who maybe are trying to go from micro to macro will, and know that brands look at follower count as a metric in order to get hired, will purchase fake followers. And that has been something, we haven't seen any enforcement against brands or any enforcement against influencers on this specific point. We have in other areas, and we'll talk about that later. But on fake followers, we've seen it against the farms themselves.
I really hope this does not affect my 50,000 Twitter bots that follow me.
It could.
Because that's a lot of my self-worth is wrapped up in that.
Uh-oh.
Is that how you're getting your brand deals?
The
Also?
validation is happening there.
This is a very bad day for me. Okay, so Jen, you made a really strong point, and you said it pretty categorically and pretty casually that Instagram really is the only place that you're focused right now. And it just reminds me, like, the one constant that we see in social writ large, and certainly in any kind of branded content influencer, is change. And it was not so long ago that wasn't the case. So I would love to hear, like, anecdotally, why has it moved to really being Insta only, and what have you seen about the other platforms that just make them not worth the investment?
Well, I think, again, it isn't just Instagram. I think it depends on the type of show we're promoting. But we're finding most of our shows are promoting on Instagram. And I would say the main point of view there that I have is that Instagram has three platforms within one platform. They have the news feed, and that's somewhere that you can advertise. And then there's also stories where you could really tell more of a narrative and have fun with fans and kind of engage with them a little bit more. And then there's also IGTV, which is becoming its own sort of, video distribution platform similar to a YouTube. So there's a lot more to play with. And, we create specific strategies for each of these platforms within Instagram. So there's just so much more, there's so much more touch points to have. And then the other platforms that we're talking about are Twitter, right? And so for Twitter, it's really breaking through the noise of the politics and the news that's happening right now. And so I think people are kind of getting a little bit of content fatigue when they're going to Twitter. So I think when we can have, fun with them and play some like community management games, that's a great place to talk on Twitter. But when we're working with influencers or branded content, Instagram really is, our main bread and butter. So.
And Facebook hasn't even been uttered by you.
Yeah,
so
I mean,
what happened to Facebook, and is it still a place for particular demographics where you will focus, or is it really out of the conversation?
Facebook is more, we'll put video content up there and kind of let it live. But I would say Facebook groups are something we definitely look at for certain shows. But really, when it comes to Facebook groups, our strategy really is to set it up and kind of let the fans take it from there. I think when a brand gets too in the weeds in a group and is trying to sort of moderate it and figure it out, it's sort of like the model of brands coming into Reddit, where they're sort of feeling like, hey, this is our safe space here where we're going to talk, and we don't really want you to do that. So we are more giving moderators content for Facebook and allowing them to sort of, give something exclusive to fans in Facebook groups. But the days of the pages really being successful, for us at least, hasn't, it's kind of met its day. So.
Yeah, it's great to get that perspective. And then the one other I wanted to get your perspective on is Snapchat. Obviously, Snapchat for a long time had a lot of challenges about attribution and didn't know as much data about their users, and so had a little bit of a harder time getting the right message in front of the right person. They've talked a lot about how that's changed, and they're starting to be able to tell stories through some new ad models. Has that entered the conversation for you?
Yeah, I think there's two platforms I'm sort of keeping my eye on, just as far as, how we can tap into them. I would say not for an entire run of a campaign, but for specific touch points of a campaign. Snapchat and TikTok are the two that I'm really keeping my eye on. I would say Snapchat more for, the AR, VR experiences that we can create on their platform. And then TikTok is really the Gen Z generation is really paying attention to that, and there's a lot of challenges happening on TikTok that are really, really fun and musical in nature. And so those are the two that I would say I'm keeping my eye on for specific activations, with influencers too. Because I think a brand coming into TikTok or a brand coming into Snapchat and kind of interrupting some of these one-to-one conversations that fans are having can seem a little, disjointed and sort of, kind of cringy. So we're really being careful about hopping into those platforms in a authentic way.
Nailed it. So You know, you talked about how when people are coming to you, and for both you and for Julia, oftentimes partners or clients, particularly or brands, will come in and they'll say, TikTok's hot. I want to do a TikTok. Make me a TikTok, right? and because, you know, this, and I wish I was totally kidding, but I'm not, right? This is how it happens. Someone will say, I want to do a VR. You know, can you guys make me a VR? Can you make it viral, right? So, like, what do you do when someone comes in and says, I want to lead with that? And what are the pitfalls of that?
I don't know where you start, Julia, but I kind of always start with data and sort of telling them, you know, here's the demographic that's on the platform. Here's the things that they're caring about on the platform. What do we uniquely have to offer that is going to add value to them on the platform that they're not seeing right now? And sort of then also coming up with, you know, a solution for which we could hit on the goal that they're asking us to hit on outside of just make something viral for us, and telling them the right way to do it. And then, you know, experimenting on that platform when it is for the right show or for the right demo. So.
Yeah, I'd say it's always a red flag for us when someone wants us to make something viral for them. It's not really what no one can promise you that, first of all, unless it's a platform that's just going to buy views behind something. So we always sort of talk them through, look, you're working with us, Devumi. We always talk them through, like, look, you're coming to us to work with creators that have a very specific audience and a very engaged audience, and let's work with you again, on your goals. What do you want to get out of it? But the main reason you should be working with us is how to connect with these specific consumers, as opposed to making something that's going to land on the front page or something like that. If you want to do that, you can make it yourself for cheaper and then just buy the exposure on the platform. You can buy front page from any of these platforms. So it's working with the creators to really connect with their audience, get, you know, long engagement, long watch times, all of those sorts of things, as opposed to just seeing a view count get really high.
Right.
So, Hannah, I think you need to be part of every panel, and what I want to get you is just a buzzer where you can just be like, illegal.
Illegal.
Right?
Illegal.
Because,
That sounds so gratifying. I'd love to.
I would also like, or maybe like a light you could just turn on. Illegal. So, you know, Hannah, when you talk about the rules and the people who run afoul of them, you've said to me before, the devil's in the details. So, like, what do you mean by that, and how do people tend to get in trouble?
Okay, great question. So just to kind of give you the 35,000 feet in case this is not an area that you pay attention to very closely. A long time ago, many people think that this is new law, but actually it's old law. Since 1920, the Federal Trade Commission has basically said that if you are advertising to somebody and they don't understand that they're being advertised to, that's deceptive, and the rule is you have to disclose to them that what they are seeing is an advertisement. What's new is that we now have this thing that we all work in called influencer marketing, where old law gets applied to new business tactics and new facts. So what happened in 2017 was this sort of old law and a piece of guidance called the endorsement guides, which is the Federal Trade Commission sort of thinking on this area of the law, which you can all read and is very user-friendly. It's not written in legalese. It's really clear. All of that was updated in 2017 by the Federal Trade Commission to basically address our industry and what to do with the fact that so many people were now posting on social media because they'd either been paid, or it's not always payments. Sometimes it's sent free products, sent toys, or it's because they're the wife of the CEO of the company, or it's because they have some other relationship, which is what the law calls a material connection. And because of that, the FTC updated their guidance and said, once again, we reiterate, it has to be clear, even in social media, that if somebody has a material connection to a company and they're posting on the company's behalf, giving an endorsement of the company, it's been clear that they've been paid or given something of value. Now, what Andrew's referencing is that the devil's in the details. I think many people thought at the beginning of this industry, okay, well, how do we do that? Because we have these really short character counts or these really small spaces, and we want to make sure that we're doing it clearly, but we're not really sure what the FTC or state regulators are telling us to do. After so many years of sort of regulatory enforcement, we have some guidance. So, and the FTC just put out a really clear, very basic set of rules where they've sort of synthesized all of their guidance into one clear document. So if you want to Google that, that's available, is really helpful. But I'll just tell you kind of high level. You can use a hashtag if you want. Many of you have seen hashtag ad, right, used. That's fine. if what's really happening is that somebody's posting an ad for you. You can also use hashtag sponsored. The FTC has said no to hashtag spawn. Many people were shortening sponsored as a way to kind of save character counts or to get cute. The FTC said nobody has any idea what spawn means. Please stop using that. Also no hashtag SP, which was also meant to shorten for sponsored. That's a no. People were often saying hashtag thanks for receipt of free product. The FTC came out in 2017 and said that's not sufficient because you could just be seen as a satisfied consumer or be happy with the fact that a brand came out with a certain product or is excited about something. It has to be explicit that it's thanks for something free, not just thanks. Also, people were using hashtag partner. The FTC said no to that. It has to be hashtag brand name in conjunction with partner so that it's clear that you are a partner of the brand, not just that you're a hashtag partner. And then probably the most, before I move on to placement, one of the other things you can do is you don't have to use the hashtag at all. You can use what we would call an organic disclosure, another, much like authentic, another horribly overused word in this space, which basically would just tell the story using words. Like, I'm so excited to be partnering with Mattel on this amazing new program. According to the FTC, that's a very clear disclosure that you are in a relationship or have, or thanks so much to Mattel for these free toys would also work. The hashtag is not required. They're just saying that you can use the hashtag if that's the way that you'd like to disclose.
Yeah, for kids, we also, I forget if it's an obligation or a recommendation, but we always do this. We do the verbal disclosure because also our audience can't necessarily read.
It's a requirement.
Yeah, so that's why we do it. But yeah, so the idea of putting hashtag sponsored for an ad that will probably run at least somewhat in front of kids is not enough because, again, we need to make sure that they know that this is an advertisement.
And she's making a really, really clear point, which is about where that disclosure goes, right? So we've talked a little bit about the language, but we also have to think about where you place it. So one of the main ways that people have gotten in trouble is they've put it somewhere where people can't see. So you might have hashtag ad, which is fine and a great disclosure, and we've all agreed works, but you may have put it way down in the caption, right? It's the last hashtag. And so someone has to click the more button on Instagram or the more button on YouTube, and they have to scroll way down to see hashtag ad. Warner Brothers got in trouble in, I think, about 2015 for doing exactly this. They ran a big campaign for the release of their new video game, Shadows of Mordor. They had influencers go out and post on YouTube video gameplay of using the new game. And one of the influencers had a disclosure that his post was sponsored by Warner Brothers, but the disclosure on YouTube was way down. You had to really look for it, scroll in the video description. And unfortunately, these facts, you can't make these facts up. In the description, he said, this video is sponsored by Warner Brothers, but nobody ever reads this far down. Yeah. And then he said, what are you doing snooping around? So that was just an invitation to the regulators to say, oh, we're reading, and that created a major lawsuit.
Snooping around is their job.
Exactly, snooping around is their job. And it was like bait for them, right? To say, well, you're exactly right, no one is looking that far down. So it's very important to not only put it somewhere. The FTC has recently said in the first 2 lines of an Instagram post, anywhere before someone has to expand. And then when it comes to children or in video content or in an Instagram story, many people listen to it with their sound off. So something on the screen so people really can't miss it.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is becoming a huge issue.
Yes.
What it makes me think is, could Instagram make a tiny change, having gone from 3 lines to 2 lines, and suddenly millions of posts are out of compliance?
Yes. So we had this exact issue come up over the last year. I was working, representing a client before the Federal Trade Commission on an issue with their influencer program, and they were complaining to us about thousands of posts that they thought were non-compliant, given the fact that they thought the disclosure was too low in the post. And we were looking at it on our side, and we were saying, they're fine. We don't understand what the issue is. And it was only after we came to realize what the discrepancy was that we realized that every person's phone basically sees things differently. If you've already interacted with the post and you've already pressed more, the next time that you look at the post, it will show up fully fully expanded. Or your iOS is different from your neighbor's iOS, or your phone is different, or your screen size is different, or your font is different. There's so many different variabilities that it's very difficult to be able to tell exactly where in the post the disclosure will fall. I think the FTC's position is probably that the safest way to stop that variability is to put the hashtag first. I know many marketers that's very cringeworthy to many, many marketers, but they have said they think the first two lines will stop most of that variability. It will be seen by most consumers, and they're comfortable with that.
Can you tell us about some brands that I'm never your clients, of course, because you
Never
take such
my
good care of
clients,
them.
of course, right.
Tell us about some brands who've really messed up and gotten in trouble.
Yes, so we talked about Warner Brothers. Another sort of really famous one was Lord & Taylor. This also happened around the same time, around 2015, where Lord & Taylor paid hundreds of influencers. They were releasing a new dress, and they paid hundreds of influencers to post pictures of themselves wearing the same dress. And the best fact to me, which I think is hysterical, is the internet. Consumers are smart, right? So the internet went crazy. Reddit went crazy. They're like, why is everybody in the same dress? What is going on? You know, like, what is happening here? Because none of the posts that Lord & Taylor paid for, or any of these influencers, disclosed that it had been paid for by Lord & Taylor. So all of it looked like authentic influencer content. And it looked like all these people were just wearing the same dress. The FTC sued Lord & Taylor, brought a complaint against Lord & Taylor, saying that their failure to have influencers disclose was illegal and a violation of Section 5. And Lord & Taylor settled. The hard thing about what happens in these settlements is even if there's not an exchange of money, what happens is that the FTC then has the ability to monitor your brand and all of its advertising for sometimes up to 20 years.
Wow.
So if you think about like the competitive disadvantage of being under an FTC enforcement decree as opposed to your competitor, where you're worried that at any time the government can look at what you're doing and sue you for, for damages for any non-compliance, you're not going to, all the risk that you're willing to take goes out the window because.
This is why we listen to our lawyers.
Hopefully.
So, Jen, I want to ask you, like when we turn, so let's say you've got everything compliant, it's all above board. You are in one of the most difficult parts of the space, which is you're trying to drive viewership to shows. And obviously, shows now appear in lots of different places. Yesterday, Disney Plus launched. My favorite comment on that was, I think Stephen Colbert tweeted that his favorite show so far on Disney Plus is buffering. They had a few technology issues. So here's the real question. It's basically impossible to measure from an influencer campaign how many people or whether people tuned in because of it. So with the work that you do, how do you know if you're doing a good job?
Well, I think I have a specific example I can bring up, but I think for us, it's really about what the fans are saying on social. And if they're saying that, the social account is just as good as the TV show and really brings them an entertainment experience, like that is what we live for. That's what I put up on my fridge every day. We do have, certain clients that are coming to us going, okay, we want tune in for the finale, and how could we do that in a way that's interesting and can kind of give back to the fans? So we had a specific experience with VH1 for 2 seasons ago for America's Next Top Model, where they came to us and sort of said, we want to give the fans an amazing experience, but we also want to push tune in for finale, and how can we bring the two together in a way that's really interesting and fun? So we had been doing these really fun, gamified Facebook Lives every week and corresponding with the episodes. And so in doing those experiments with the lives, we kind of learned a lot about what the audience wanted, and what they wanted really was to give their opinion and to be heard and to be judges themselves for the show and be the panelists. So we created the first ever Facebook Live fan photo shoot and hired, fan favorite models throughout the season, even ones that weren't in the finale, and partnered with Drew Elliott from Paper Magazine to sort of really bring it all to life. And he was one of the panelists at the time, one of the judges. And so we allowed the fans to sort of become influencers even for us and create content with us, in the sense that they were choosing everything the models were wearing live. They were choosing every, pose they were making within the photo shoot live and voting. And then the way we tied it to finale was, they could also vote on who won the photo shoot. And we didn't reveal who won that Facebook Live fan photo shoot the day of the finale until the actual finale aired in a bumper that night. So we sort of brought to life, influencers from the show, and then, allowing our audience to create content with us. B, the learnings that we had from the entire season up until that point, and then C, the network's goal, which was how do we push TuneIn, and we made it about the fans and allowed them to make a decision and then see that decision come to life during the finale, so.
That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah, it was very fun.
And it's, it's kind of meta, but thinking about the fact that when people are saying, yeah, the social is as entertaining as the show, right? It starts to really kind of show where people's attention are and, and what they care about and what they consider content.
Yeah, for sure.
It's so hard for me not to think about, Julia and Jen, you guys are both trying to drive people to watch with these incredibly different demographics. And, Julia, one question I have for you is, Pocket Watch, you've been so successful. You've got this great stable of partners who drive all of this in massive watching behavior. So what's the future for you? Will you be aging up with them as they move into being the kind of consumers that currently Jen's looking at trying to attract? Do you stay in kids' content? Like, what's the future for the business?
I think for Pocket Watch, I would think of us, similar to a Nickelodeon, where our core is always going to be kid, and we may, skew down with, a slightly younger brand and a slightly tween-targeted brand. But for Pocket Watch, it'll really be kids. And I think some of our creators are also thinking about that. Like Ryan's family has a whole animated universe that they've created, so that the idea is that Ryan's world can live on for years and years and years, and it won't rely on Ryan still wanting to make videos. Because the only reason Ryan's still making videos is because Ryan wants to, which is great. And that's the first thing we think about when we're partnering with someone. Like, are the parents good people? Are the kids happy? All that sort of stuff. But his parents have also done a really good job of creating this animated world. He's got Combo Panda, which is a gaming animated panda that plays video games. Gus the Gummy Gator, who is an alligator that really likes gummy bears. So the idea is, as Ryan grows up and maybe doesn't want to do this anymore, there's still this stronger brand and universe that can continue to grow, still targeting kids and not necessarily, Ryan starting to do Gillette commercials or anything like that. I mean, if he wants to, go for it. I just won't be selling it. But.
That I'm looking forward to. So, when you often talk about how different the habits of kids are, but it is such an important way that we're setting the behaviors for going forward. So often you talk about the kids picking the smaller, worse screen in terms of what they, viewing and sound over, sometimes in the same room as a bigger screen. Why do you see that overwhelming behavior, and are we seeing that across properties for you as well, Jen?
I think for us, what we've found through just sort of anecdotally and then more recent research that's come out is the thing that is most appealing to kids about the small device is the control, the level of agency that they don't really have anywhere else in their life. So it's literally deciding what part of the video you're going to watch. Anybody that has kids or nieces or nephews knows you may be stuck watching Bonjour from Beauty and the Beast 10 times in a row because that's the part they want to keep watching. So it's the idea of I have this device, I can control it, I can decide what I'm watching, when I'm watching. And so, yes, it's a smaller screen, but it's so much more than the TV that mom or dad puts on, decides what you're watching for at least the next 15 minutes at minimum sort of thing. So it's really that level of agency and control that they like. And I think, we're seeing kids move somewhat towards like OTT offerings. So, if you've got a TV with every sort of app that your iPad has on it, there's more migration towards the big screen. But yeah, for the most part, it's really being able to control what you're watching, when you're watching, how you're watching it.
Is it the same thing for big
Totally.
kids like us?
It's the same thing for big kids like us. I think, you kind of hit on this in the last sentence that you said, but I think it's a matter of being able to go from screen to screen no matter where you are and being able to pick up from where you left off. And I think that's what people are expecting, and I think that's the offering that we're seeing works the best. And then for me on the social side, it's more about, fans creating content with us versus us just putting content out for them. And so that's why that Facebook, live finale works so well, but also, things that we're doing across platforms is asking them what they want, asking them for their opinion, asking them to join in with us on creating content for their favorite shows and really creating that community together.
You know, we often, I hear our strategists often say there are riches and niches. And when I think about how influencer and celebrity content has changed, even in the short time it's really been a thing, it has gone from these kind of broad-based, the Bethany Motas, the Kim Kardashians, the people who the draw was, yeah, they've got 25 million or 60 million or whatever the number is of people who are going to watch this. I never hear about that anymore from brands, right? They're like, those people are too expensive. It's just totally scattershot. It's, buying national TV, and I don't really do that so much because that's not what my people are interested in. They're interested in feeling targeted. So if you think about how much things have changed, I would love to hear from each of you, where do you see it going? What's next for branded content and celebrity marketing? And how do you see it changing, and what should people in the audience be looking out for?
I would say for entertainment, it's really creating in real life experiences with influencers that can then live on through social. And so for us, like what I would look out for is, following the brands that kind of understand that piece and want to see an influencer that isn't just putting stuff out there that they're giving them, but creating that experience together. So I think that's really the future. And then outside of that, influencers that are creators that are creating AR and VR experiences. How are we bringing out of home creative to life, and how are influencers sort of helping us with that piece, and where is the space going to go from there? Maybe it's, bringing to life the IRL, the AR, VR, and social all together in one big ecosystem.
And can you tell us, are there brands that, when you think about brands to follow, brands that really get it, are there any out there, whether they're clients or not, that you would really recommend people look at?
I think HBO is doing a really great job. I think the stuff they're doing with Watchmen is really interesting. I would say other brands that are kind of, nailing it. I think this isn't entertainment, but I think Nike does a really great job. They sort of know their ethos, and they bring in the right influencers for them, and they also touch on different niches of demographics, and people are really connected to them in that way.
Thank you. Julia, what do you think?
I think ironically, at least for the kids space, it's starting to look almost more like traditional media, especially as we reduce the amount of data that we don't collect any, but the amount of data that you can collect on a user. It's moving towards sort of contextual advertising for kids on these platforms where you're running in front of Ryan's channel or EvanTube's channel as opposed to videos about dinosaurs, because your user's interested in dinosaurs. So I think it's sort of learning that for kids, the new normal is YouTube and platforms like this. So the content is going to look very similar to what you're seeing on Ryan's channels as opposed to what you see on broadcast television. So I think it's just sort of getting used to that. The one stat that I'll throw out, because I can't not, is we now know the number of unique viewers on YouTube channels, and Ryan's channel has more unique viewers on his YouTube channel in the US than Nickelodeon or Disney Channel on their broadcast cable networks. So
Wow.
yeah, he does over 1 billion views total a month. I think 83 million uniques in the US in a month. So it's sort of realizing that this is what kids are watching. This is where it's going.
Yeah, anybody with kids knows this. Hannah, what do you think? Where are we going?
I would say that, technology is a hare and the law is a tortoise. So what we're often trying to do, not to use an Aesop's fable analogy, but what we're often trying to do is to, scramble to apply old law to what you guys are all thinking about and creating. The thing that I would say is that the FTC's position is that just because the medium changes and the medium doesn't lend itself well to good transparency does not mean that the rules don't apply. It means you shouldn't use the medium. So when everyone came out and said, Twitter only has 140 characters, they said, don't use Twitter. Not that that's a practical solution, but it's really important to think as the world moves forward, we now have CGI influencers, right? People that are not real humans who actually promote products and are hired by brands like Chanel to promote products. From my perspective, that's an exciting technological development, but it raises real transparency issues for how do people know that's a robot, not a real person? Can she really love her new purse if she can't love anything because she's a robot, which is a legal requirement? I'm 100% serious. This is where we are, right? If she's promoting a lipstick, how do I know that that's the experience that the average woman is going to get wearing the lipstick, because the lipstick wasn't actually applied to her because is a digitally enhanced photograph, which is technically illegal. So all these things are things that all old law is getting applied to new technology. And I think as we all start to create this interesting stuff, it's my job to sort of scramble to figure out how all these old rules are going to apply to the new cool stuff.
That sounds like hard work. So I'm going to go to the audience for questions in a second. One of the things I want to lobby Digital Hollywood to do in the future is to put a little bingo board in your program. So for those who had authentic, organic AR and VR, that's great. Unfortunately, if you had blockchain, crypto, or cannabis, we did not mention those on this panel. You will not be able to claim bingo.
Yeah, next time.
So let me ask if there are any questions for our panelists. Yes, sir, in the back.
Yeah, a great question. I can't speak to necessarily what platforms like YouTube or Instagram are doing as far as that goes. I can tell you for Pocket Watch, it's very much about, we only partner with a handful of creators, meaning 5 to 10 total, and it's about reviewing all of their content. They all have multi-year track records of making safe and family-friendly content that you can sort of stand behind. But it's a big challenge for a platform like YouTube, where your kid, if they're not on, YouTube does have YouTube Kids, which in theory you can have your kids watch, but sort of a big complaint is that nobody's really watching it compared to the main platform. And that's a big challenge for parents, because you can be on a safe, family-friendly video and 20 minutes later your kid's gone on the rabbit hole. So there's certain parental controls you can put on those platforms and things like that, but in terms of like a content rating system, there's nothing that I know about. I don't know if you guys know about any of that, but not yet.
No, I would agree. The only thing I would add is that the platforms themselves make very clear in their terms of service that they're meant for kids 13 and up. So a way that they sort of legally protect themselves is that in YouTube Kids might have a different demographic, but 13 and up is the age that's allegedly appropriate for people that are on those sites. So to the extent that they're underage users, their theory is that's not who's supposed to be watching content.
There's a question in the front.
Hannah, you were just talking about CGI influencers. Isn't that really, objectively, I'm just asking this question, isn't that really deceptive then? If you've got a robot that's role modeling that it likes this or that, it's not real. I'll just wait for it. It's not real. It's deceptive, isn't it?
Yeah, so did everyone hear the question? So just to repeat it, she asked whether or not it's sort of per se deceptive to have a CGI influencer, because as I was saying before, how do we know whether or not she can like something or really wear whatever it is that she's wearing? And I guess I would say, not to give the ultimate lawyer answer, but it depends. If she's just in a picture, in a post for Chanel, and she says, "Hi, I'm Shudu, your virtual CGI influencer, here to talk about Chanel," I don't think there's any deception if all she is doing is photographed with a bag. To me, that's very different than saying, "Look at how the new lipstick will look on you," or "Look at how the new lipstick looks on me," or I've really been loving this new skincare cream, right? So I think it's always the devil's in the details, but it really comes down to what the claim is and whether or not people can tell she's a robot, and whether or not the takeaway is something that's impossible to substantiate.
I will also point out, many, many times when a celebrity is hawking a product, they are a robot being told what to say, and whether or not they love the product is in a great question. We have time for one more question in the black. Yeah, that's you. Sorry, black sweater.
great question. So just to repeat it in case people couldn't hear, she's saying, is there a difference between hashtag ad and hashtag sponsored, or is there a difference between the type of disclosure that's needed for receiving product versus being paid to do the post? Hashtag ad has been sort of seen as the safe harbor. That's a catchy legal word. It's not really appropriate to use because it means something from a legal perspective, but it's been seen as the sort of safest thing to do. It's a catch-all, right? So if you use hashtag ad, you're probably not going to be, no matter what the scenario, you're probably not going to be in a hard place. Also, hashtag sponsored, they're used pretty interchangeably. The one thing I would say is that the FTC has been very clear that they want you to be specific about what's happening. So say that you send someone, can I just pick on your people for a second? Not, like say that Evan
I'll
gets,
let you start and then we'll
yes, but like say that Evan receives, $100,000 to do 3 social posts, but he also receives 3 boxes of toys. If he were to go on Instagram and say, thanks so much for the toys, that would be deceptive because he's only telling half of what happened. So while there's no real distinction between hashtag ad and hashtag sponsored, you do have a duty to sort of tell the full story. And so I would just caution you to make sure that you're clear with what's happening.
So I know we're a minute over, so I wanted to say a big thank you to our panelists and to our audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hopefully that was okay.
My lawyer's not here. Great. Yeah.
Sure, one more. It's actually 2:15, so we'll get started in a few minutes. Yeah. This 3:15. Oh, is there a panel after us? Is there a panel 3:15 after us here? Great. Okay. Hi, everyone. You hear me okay? Test, test. A little louder. I think it's on. Can you test yours? No, it's not on. Mike? Hi, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today. This is the future of brand partnerships and influencer marketing. Everyone in the right place? Okay, perfect. So the voice of brands has evolved. It used to be that a brand was represented by a single voice, and now a brand is represented by many voices, and the savvy brands have jumped on the bandwagon. In fact, according to the latest eMarketer study, they did a global study on who people follow on social media, and it is people follow others that they don't know in real life in really huge numbers, and the younger the audience is, the younger the people are, the more that is true for. For example, people follow the 16 to 24 age range groups, this is globally, tend to follow singers, musicians, and bands at 45%. Mind you, they follow people they know in real life at right around just over 50%. So almost 1-to-1. And they follow sports stars at 30% of them follow sports stars. And they follow actors at around 50%. So around close to 50% of the younger folks around the globe follow actors. So obviously, brands have jumped on the bandwagon and realized that they have to evolve to include influencers into their brand strategy. So we have an incredible lineup here for you today. And we'll be looking under the hood of a little bit on brand partnerships, but mostly focused on influencer marketing, how to find the right fit for your brand, what platforms to use, what to do and not do, so a little bit of best practices, and you'll hear real world examples of how influencers are used to help a brand's reach and how success is measured. So before we tell us a little about who we are, we'd like to know who you are. So raise your hand if you work for a brand. Okay. How about an agency? Do you work for an agency? Okay, great. You're an influencer, or you want to become an influencer. Okay, thank you. And then you own a small business, and you want to know how to get started on implementing an influencer program. Is that you? Okay. And then the last one, you're in a function that doesn't directly touch brand partnerships, but you want to brush up on this topic. Is that you? Okay. All right, great. Thank you so much. All right. So now let's hear who our panelists are today. Sybil, do you want to get us started?
The former U.S. head of influencer strategy and programming for Edelman, which is the largest privately owned PR and communications firm in the world. Prior to that, I was at William Morris Endeavor and headed up digital talent and brand partnerships there. I resigned from Edelman in August with the intention of taking time off, but accidentally joined the board of 2 companies and started my own consulting firm. So apparently bad at taking time off, but that's what I'm up to.
My name is Corey Weiss, and I'm with a company called Ipsy. And to get you guys engaged, who here has heard of Ipsy? A couple of you, so maybe you guys are the ones that might have the right answer. Being that this is influencers, who knows what beauty influencer was a co-founder of Ipsy? Well, I might have to make this simpler. That would be Michelle Phan. Does anyone know what the name of our monthly subscription service is called? Does anybody know what category Ipsy's in? Beauty. So you're going to get the Glam Bag Plus, which is for $25 a month, you get over $150 worth of beauty products. But yes, Ipsy is the world's largest, most passionate beauty community and beauty subscription service. I head up business development, which also is inclusive of what we call influencers creators, but creator partnerships. And you'll hear more about Ipsy during the panel.
I'm Simon Kelly. I'm the CEO, the Chief Enthusiasm Officer of Story Worldwide. As the name suggests, actually the name suggests we're worldwide. We're not. We're in New York and Seattle. I'll drop the worldwide bit, just in the interest of truth-telling. So Story, as the name suggests, is actually a brand storytelling agency, and that we break that down into 3 things. We help brands find their narrative, and a word on that. And I think Sybil might have heard this before, but I'm passionate about. I'm on a mission to differentiate narrative and story. Everybody uses them interchangeably. They're not the same. They're different. And I found a fantastic definition that I like to use. I'm trying to evangelize across the world, which is that narrative is a system of stories. The narrative doesn't change. The stories might change, but the narrative is the thing that doesn't. It's the DNA. And it's really important, I think, when we're talking about brand partnerships and influencer marketing, that we sort of differentiate those two. So we help brands find the narrative, and then we bring the narrative to life through story making. We create stories that bring that platform to life. It could be video, could be social media, it could be more traditional forms of advertising, and so on. And obviously, influencer marketing is part of that. And then most recently, I merged Story with an influencer agency about 3 months ago, and so we've added what we call story sharing to our capabilities. So we do this sort of finding, making, sharing journey with our brands. That's what we do.
Hi, I'm Jen Garcia Allen. I'm head of editorial and programming at Whale Rock Industries in West Hollywood. We are a media company with television, digital, and creative services divisions. I have a career in publishing. So before I came to Whale Rock about 5 years ago, I ran the LA office for People magazine for 10 years. So worked with some of the biggest influencers in the world, but from a different side and really before influencer marketing was a thing. But I joined Whale Rock to launch the Kardashian-Jenner apps. So I ran apps and websites for all of the Kardashian-Jenner sisters for about 3 years before taking over, overseeing the editorial and programming for all the brands at our company. That includes Wonderwall, it includes Adam Savage's Tested, Howard Stern, who we manage his social and his website, and then we also work with larger brands. So companies like Walmart, and most recently we're working with SiriusXM to launch their video platform, as well as content marketing for them.
Thank you, guys. And I'm Erin Kapczynski. I actually spent my career running marketing teams for media and technology companies whose clients were also household name brands such as Viacom, Yahoo, Samsung, Google. And now I work at a boutique marketing agency called Control Media, and we help similar brands tell their stories and grow their brands. And our clients include huge publicly traded companies such as Experian and media companies such as Ranker and Leaf Group, and also smaller startups such as Greenfly and System One. And I personally work very closely with the LA Chamber of Commerce, and I'm an official advisor for their tech incubator as well. So now that you know who we are, let's dive into some of the conversations. So first of all, how do brands work? How do brands work with influencers? What's a typical engagement like? Jen, do you want to weigh in?
Sure. I think the first thing to start with is it's changed a lot. Influencer marketing right now, I think the biggest change that I've seen is that it's become a mainstream marketing channel itself. So I think that previously it was a lever that we would pull, and I think right now it requires a strategy within itself. I think in terms of how brands partner with influencers, you have to first figure out the audience that you're trying to speak to. And for me, that's going up 30,000 feet, right? So that's the first thing that I consider. I really try and figure out who the audience is. So a little bit later, we might get into talking about some of the tools and data, but, can't underscore the importance of data, because you have to figure out who your audience is first. And once you can figure out who your audience is first and who you're trying to speak to, then you can pair the right influencer with that. And do you guys want to jump in a little?
I was just going to say 100% agree. Audience first, absolutely. And, in agreement too, and how brands used to partner with influencers versus how they do now. I think in the beginning it was kind of like, oh, they're talent. We'll write a script. We want them to do exactly this and then exactly that. And it just doesn't work with influencers. They're not actors. It has to feel relevant to their channel. It has to feel, it has to be engaging. It has to feel organic, all of those things. And I think brands are finally, for the most part, starting to come around and give a little bit more
creative freedom,
creative control to the talent. And as they start doing that, they see that it's actually performing better. And so it is helping, I think, to do it that way.
I agree with that too, but I think there's you have to be careful. It's sort of gone from one extreme to the other, where it's highly scripted to sort of highly freeform, and you obviously want the voice. You don't want to diminish the authenticity of the voice of the influencer by making it scripted and not seeming like it's them. At the same time, ultimately you're spending money on your brand, and you want your brand voice to be part of that conversation as well. And so I think that the challenge that a lot of brands find when they're working with influencers and other channels for that matter is, how do you brief an influencer? How do you make sure that they understand what the brand stands for, the narrative, and then give them the freedom to be able to talk about that? And it's really like a creative brief. In the agency world, it's the strategy team that would work with the creative team to give them the brief about the brand. And I think some of the best practices I've seen with influencers are when you follow that process.
I'll add that I actually don't think it's the how or the who or the what. The first question is the why. And I think that's the biggest issue right now, where people don't really think about why they're working with influencers. It's become a bit of a trend to work with influencers, but people shouldn't work with influencers for the sake of working with influencers unless there's a real reason why, and why you want to work with them. And then you can start thinking about who your audience is, what you want them to do, because it's not a one size fits all. And that's one thing I would say is, if anyone's going to do a program with influencers, that you really have to, don't take anything off the shelf and really custom craft it for your needs.
And I think, sorry, just to add on that, I think that's incredibly important, right? And everything should ladder back to business goals. So first and foremost, what are you trying to achieve? Are you trying to sell things? Is it brand awareness? You know, is there a call to action? And then you have to look at the metrics, you know, that you're gonna identify, those KPIs that will help you determine if that was successful or not. And it's really important that you know those going into a campaign, you know, and instead of looking at things after. Because I think, you know, something else I've seen is that you can pivot and really make changes to a campaign in real time. You know, you might not be able to take it from one end to another, but as long as you're monitoring metrics and seeing how things are performing in real time, you can change the performance. So I think that's something that's really important.
Great point. Okay. So actually one more question for you guys. How many, raise of hands, how many of you have actually run influencer activations before? Okay, amazing. For those of you who have not, and for those of you who have, to potentially validate your own strategies, can you guys weigh in on how influencers get paid?
I mean, we were talking before. The biggest issue in the influencer space is there's no standardization. So there's no real standardization on how you classify influencers. Often you hear nano, micro, macro, mass, mega, super mega. You know, there's all these levels, right? But no one uses the same numbers to fill in those buckets. And the same goes with pay. In terms of, it's not like display advertising where you use CPMs, or there might be some form of standardization. So influencers get paid in different ways. The one thing I will say is that you don't pay influencers with product. You do need to pay them fairly because they still have bills to pay, and sending them a box of product or, you know, free this or that doesn't pay the rent. So there is no standardization.
One thing I would add to that, I often would see with brands, you know, they felt like, oh, I just want this one small Instagram post. That's all I need. I don't need a YouTube video. So it should be much cheaper. But if you're looking at, especially coming from WME, when we're working with the talent on that side, if you are Coca-Cola and the influencer works with you, okay, sure, maybe they're only doing something small for you, but it takes them out of the market. It means they can't work with Pepsi. It means they can't work with anybody else. And so what you almost have to think about it, no matter what you're asking for, you're buying exclusivity in your vertical. Because if I'm doing my research, I mean, Samsung was a client of ours, and so we would find these creators that were like, oh, this person is amazing, and then we'd see a photo of them at the gym, and in the reflection you see their iPhone, and you're like, scratch, you know. And you have to like keep going through, and we'd have all of these different things. And you can definitely convert people and say like, okay, you use an iPhone, but we'd love for you to, you know, X, Y, Z. But I think that was always something that was interesting for brands to realize is like, you are taking them out of this vertical. It's not just what you want; it's what they have to say no to now.
I think that's true, and I think the smarter brands are sort of, you know, I think it's evolved. I think the payment model has evolved from, you know, just based on the following and the reach, to more of a more traditional media model. So I slightly disagree with what you said, Corey, where there is a you know, it's CPM basis, or there is a.
But the prices of CPMs vary. There's no one to say that
right.
What that value is, but I think people are attempting to make it more standardized.
I think so, and I think it's smart. You know, ultimately, you know, you want there to be some kind of relationship between what you're paying and what you're getting in terms of engagement levels, in terms of activities, you know, and ultimately in terms of sales. So I think the payment model is continuing to evolve. There isn't a standard model, but it's beginning to look a bit more like the media model.
Right. I mean, I think people are trying to bucket things, right, even at like a high level. So for an Instagram post, and yes, it's going to vary wildly if you ask a Kardashian versus you know, someone on Vanderpump Rules. But, you know, I think there are also different price structures for what platform, for doing something in person, for, you know, event appearances, for live coverage. So it also depends on how you want to activate the influencer. Because I think that another thing is that just with the crowded marketplace, right? This is, I mean, you know, influencer marketing has grown tremendously, and they're forecasting for it to only keep growing, you know, the industry overall. So as it gets more crowded, I think brands are going to have to look at things in a more out-of-the-box way. And they're going to really have to look at their marketing strategies and see how they can differentiate themselves from other people.
I think also as a brand, you could be a little bit creative about things too, where, you know, sometimes it doesn't have to be that you pay them everything in advance or, you know, 50% in advance, 50%, whatever the terms look like. You could also do something where you've got a kicker. If you, if X happens, then you get Y in addition, or, you know, there's some variation that you can have as well. So it's not just straight.
Yeah, incentivize them.
Yeah.
Right.
Does the influencer have to like the brand they're working with? Yes or no?
I think we'll all unanimously agree.
Yeah,
I will say, I think my feeling is I don't engage with an influencer unless I've searched and see that they're talking about my brand. Otherwise, it's useless money. I mean, consumers are so smart these days. People on social media are so smart that you need to have some, you know, connection with the brand. So I think the answer, I would imagine we all would agree.
Absolutely. And credibility is everything. I mean, you know, you don't want to damage your credibility as a brand. And I think when working with influencers, it's all about transparency. I mean, over the past couple of years, we've now seen, you know, disclosures. I mean, you have to disclose being that this is an ad or paid partnership, because people got really smart. And I think that consumers didn't want to, they just didn't want to see the shady stuff.
Yeah. There's actually a brand, I was just talking to a friend of mine who heads up sales for one of the top esports teams in the world. And yesterday he was just telling me about this integration that the talent did with a undisclosed beverage company. And the beverage company was really smart because what they did was they said, we want you to start drinking our beverage in your streams for like 3 months before we launch your flavor, your partnership with us. And so it became something that his audience was already accustomed to seeing. And then it didn't feel out of context when suddenly he's like, hey, I love this and I'm launching my own flavor and you guys should buy this. Then, and it's also, you know, it is very in tandem with like, you know, his flavor, like I think all of those pieces worked really well together, but made me think of that.
Yeah, it's true. Audiences are like crime scene investigators. They know exactly what you're drinking. They know what color pen you're writing with. And if all of a sudden you're using a black ink pen and you normally write in blue, they know. So don't try to pull the wool over their eyes because
Coffee cup Game of Thrones.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't work.
But yeah, I think it's also true for the influencers as well. It's not just about the brand losing its authenticity.
Sure.
You know, it matters for the influencer as well. You know, if it's obvious that they're really not into the product, they don't like it, you can't fake it. And so they lose their following, and they're not going to, you know, they lose their authenticity.
And you want them to turn it down if it's not a product they
Yeah,
love.
for sure.
Like, it used to break my heart at WME when I would be like, here's a 6-figure deal, and a 16-year-old would be like, oh, but I don't like that brand, I like this other brand better. And you're like, you could buy a Tesla, but you're too young to drive, and you're telling me no. But at the same time, it's like, that's absolutely what you want, so that because then you can go to the other brand and say, hey, they love you, and like they would love to work with you, and then it becomes much more authentic from there.
So for those in the back, authenticity, that's the takeaway from this particular segment. So how do you find the right influencers? Like, what criteria do you use?
For me, it was always who is the right person who's already having the right conversation with your target audience. And I think that's exactly what you said. Like, you're not going to approach somebody who's never had any integration with Ipsy. You know, I that's got to be number one. Definitely knowing who your audience is and starting with that, and then really figuring out, okay, who's speaking to that audience, who's influencing that audience, and figuring out from there who already has the right message, so it'll feel on brand for the brand and the talent.
Yeah, so it's art and science. There's platforms you can use, and they'll give you suggested or recommended influencers for your brand, and then the art is going down the rabbit hole. Who here has gone down the rabbit hole where you start looking at one influencer and then you look at other influencers? Next thing you know, it's like an hour later, and you're way in it. So I think you combine the both, where there's a little bit of gut instinct of who's the right feel for your brand, and there's also using the science of platforms.
Well, and also looking at, so yeah, I agree with that completely. Where, sometimes you'll get an influencer recommendation, but actually if you start doing some sleuthing, you sort of become an investigative journalist as opposed to a crime scene reporter. You start looking at who are the influencers that the influencer is influencing, because they may be off the radar. They may not be sort of instantly rising to the top as far as the channels you're using to find them. So it's kind of a bit of legwork as well as using the science.
Because there are, and just to give you guys a few specifics, I mean, there are a bunch of companies. There's a company called Tagger Media. There's a company called Dash Media. There's a social tool called Social Bakers that, it can schedule social posts for you, but then it also has a sort of influencer engagement ranking. So you can get plenty of help, but it's also really important to do your own homework, for sure.
Yeah.
So you've found the right influencer, maps to your brand, have the audience that you want to reach. So influencers are all about your audience extension. What's the right platform mix, and how do you determine that? But platforms, I mean like Facebook, YouTube, Instagram, etc.
I think you look at who you're trying to reach, and that determines the platform. I think then you could also work backwards. So if there's an influencer that is the perfect fit for your brand, you also have to see the platforms that they are most relevant on. And that's kind of where I'd start.
And it depends on your product. I mean, each platform serves a different purpose. We launched Ipsy. I'm part of the founding team in 2011. And the social media influencers we work with were called YouTubers, and that's because there weren't other platforms. And then with the advent of Instagram coming around and Facebook really shifting its model, they serve different purposes. We found that YouTube was more of a lean back experience, more of these tutorials, whereas Instagram and Instagram video and even now IGTV is really those quick hits. And a lot of times there's no direct to camera speaking, it's just really demonstration. So it depends what your product is also and what you want them to take away.
Right, and do you want a call to action? So is your main business goal for them to swipe up to purchase something? You can only do that on certain platforms. So I think you also have to obviously look at the end goal and the result that you want the consumer to take.
And I think it's, when you're planning an influencer campaign, I think in the best of all worlds, it's when you're doing the research on your audience for the overall campaign, not just the influencer campaign. So and in the process of doing that, if you're a good strategist, and I'm going to keep harping on about strategy, by the way, because I think it's one of the missing elements in a lot of campaigns. Is you're looking at your audience, and of course audience is really important, but how are they consuming media? Which channels are they using? Which channels are they consuming? And it might not be the usual social media channels. It might be Vice, right? So it could be, there's a lot of ex-publishing people here and current publishing people here. It could be, a lot of the publishers are creating their own channels and their own audiences, and maybe that's going to be more of a captive audience for you. And it's so you have a brand partnership, just mentioning brand partnerships, with a media channel, and influencers within that. So it's really just make sure that you're doing your sort of strategic insight gathering and channel gathering as part of the overall process.
Yeah. And I think on that strategy piece too, making sure that you're not taking the same piece of content and trying to just repurpose content A across all different platforms.
Right.
I was on a panel once and someone had the greatest saying. He's like, yeah, I mean, if you put what you put on Snapchat on your LinkedIn, it'd be super lit. And I was like, but that's exactly it. It's like what you put on your different channels is so different for your different audiences or the different way that you're presenting yourself. And it should be the same for your brand as well.
So strategy is sexy. Perfect.
Yes.
So now that we talked about strategy, let's get down into the dirt and have you guys share some specific campaigns that you've activated. What was the goal of the brand? Who was the brand, first of all? Please name names. What did they want to do? What did you guys end up doing? And how did it work? And by the way, we all understand that failure is part of the process. So if for some reason it didn't work great immediately, tell us that. And then what did you do?
I mean, so I think my favorite from Edelman was actually Samsung was getting ready to launch the Gear 360 camera, and it was a brand new product. There weren't any cameras like this before. So it was how do you, and they were launching right around the holiday season. So super cluttered timing, brand new product, and they wanted to partner with Casey Neistat, who I think is a great fit. He has a huge following, but he's also well known for being an expert in these different devices and things like that. And then they wanted to get a lot of buzz around this, obviously. And so what they ended up doing was they wanted to create, the strategy was to create the ultimate holiday card. And they ended up having Casey Neistat flying from a drone. So the drone is carrying Casey, and he has the 360 camera and is flying over Santa Claus Village in, I believe, Finland, and video, taking all of that in, and then that's the holiday card. And so I think what was so amazing about that was that you have, a human flying from a drone, like you could put me and you get a certain amount of press coverage. You do anything with Casey and you get a certain amount of press coverage. You do those two things combined, amazing. But at the same time, the end result of this holiday card could not have been created if Samsung hadn't created the tech. So it was this really great way of coming back to the actual product, and that I just feel like was the millions and millions of impressions and huge success, but I think mostly because it actually drove to the true actual product.
So how did you measure the success? Was it through impressions?
So they did measure through impressions. Yeah, absolutely. Video views and comments, likes, all of the above, really tracking all of that. And then obviously Edelman being on the PR side, it was, really tracking the reach of everything.
So was it in the millions? Was the end result?
They actually said billions, but so here's what I will caveat. This happens all the time, especially when it comes to PR metrics. They look at, if I receive something, my household might be X number. It's almost like the circulation reach of old is kind of what happens. And so I always joke that I have a house with 2 cats, so then they're counting me as 3. So when you ever see those reach or potential reach metrics, take those with a grain of salt. And I would always have my teams pull the absolute, who actually viewed this? How many times was this actually viewed? And then what are the actual likes? What are the actual engagements? All of those things. So.
Amazing. Other examples, please.
So I'll share the most recent example for Ipsy. Who is familiar with Gigi Gorgeous?
Yes.
A couple of you. So Gigi Gorgeous is become a spokesperson for the LGBTQ community. She's a transgender woman. She's had a relationship with Ipsy since before she transitioned. She moved out from Toronto. Her name was Gregory Gorgeous, which kind of led to Gigi Gorgeous. Ipsy is, and I share that because to what Sybil was saying earlier, the beverage company that wanted the esports people to have the drink on the table, is we have a long-standing relationship with Gigi, so developing a partnership with her didn't come out of left field as just an opportunistic thing to do. Ipsy is a data-driven company. We have 100 billion data points on our customers, so billions with a B. So over the last 8 years, we've captured all these data points. We generate 5 million product reviews a month, which is more than Yelp. So we have these reviews, we have these data points, we can identify white spaces in the market. And we know from the reviews that people like highlighters, people like mascara, people like skincare, whatever they might like. So Gigi wanted to launch a brand, and she came to us, and we've been working with her for years, so there's an existing relationship. So November 1st, we launched the Gigi Gorgeous brand in conjunction with Gigi. We selected 12 SKUs based on all data that we know our customers like. And we also are able to make sure that we only send the product to people over, that we have the data on that like influencers, that like these particular products, which enabled us to be very targeted. One thing about Ipsy is our Glam Bag and Glam Bag Plus and now Glam Bag Ultimate offerings are all data-driven. So if everybody in this room signed up for a Glam Bag, we would all get a different Glam Bag each month based on your beauty profile. So personalization is very important to us. So using the data that we have, we were able to put together this collection. It launched November 1st, so it's a little premature to tell you how successful it is. The media ate it up. There were, we've got over 50 press hits on it, generating over, 250 million impressions right out of the gates. We judge it based on the ratings. So our audience, our community is very active in rating products. So depending on how many hearts they give the product is one way we measure success. We measure it also obviously by sales. But so far the reviews for people that have received their Glam Bags with the product have been very favorable, and sales are going strong. So it's still TBD, but it's an example of how we have a relationship, we have data, and we combine them together to launch a successful product.
So what kind of metrics do you use to map your campaign directly to sales?
Well, we also have the platform for sales. So the model of Ipsy is kind of a simplified model, is sample, share, shop. So you get your Glam Bag Plus in the mail, you sample it. Our community is very active, so they share it. They post on social what they got, whether it be Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Snap, whatever they choose. And then you have the option to shop. So you're not getting the whole collection, but then you can go on to Ipsy Shopper, where we have an exclusive because we've developed this product for Gigi Gorgeous, so we can track, we accurately can track sales back to content.
So if you guys have noticed, we have transitioned into the data portion of this panel, which is super important. I mean, these days, as marketers, we measure everything, and we should measure everything and pivot, and use data strategically to inform our business decisions. So, is there a rule of thumb? So we've heard impressions, we've heard sales. Is there a rule of thumb for what kinds of data you collect and how you use it? So Simon, Jen, do you want to weigh in on the data the data portion of it?
I mean, I can't really speak to what kinds of data we collect. I think that when you're a brand, I think you obviously collect as much data as humanly possible that's available, that is legal. So it's always important to have as much information about your consumer as humanly possible. But I think speaking about it, from the other side, and with the influencer marketing lens, and how I determine if something's successful is, I really think about the end result of the business, right? So what is that call to action that I'm asking people to take? Am I asking them to shop? Is the overall aim of a campaign awareness? For me, I also think that an active engagement is much better than a passive engagement. But if I take SiriusXM, for example, so someone who we're currently working with, we've helped them launch their new video initiative. When I'm looking at video views are impressive. It means that it's getting their new offering out there. Tons of eyeballs are seeing it. But I'm also really interested in the engagement factor. So are people commenting off platform? Are they liking things? I mean, it's a lot harder for someone to comment on something than it is for them to just passively have a video playing in the background. So how engaged is that audience and that actual consumer? And depending on what your business goal is, engagement is usually everything.
I'm going to be a little more maybe controversial, but data is obviously important. It tells us in an enormous amount before you do something, as you're doing something, what happened after you did something. But it tells us the what, and it doesn't tell us so much the why. something happened? Why does this data point exist? And it just cracks me up every time I go through the miserable TSA experience, and you've got the happy face, unhappy face, whatever, unhappy face, and it's some poor schmuck's job to interpret the data. It's like 79% of people that came through the TSA miserable experience were miserable. Well, great. That's horrible. You've got to get it. We need to get this under 50%. How? How are you going to do that? That data is not actionable because you don't know why that data point exists. And so I came across a couple of quotes actually that I think really sort of bring this to light, which is there was a professor at Stanford in the 60s who said that data is the plural of narrative. So, well, what does that mean? And actually, to understand the data, what it means is that to understand the data, you have to unpack that data point into the stories that ladder up to that data point. And so how do you do that? You talk to people. You become an investigative journalist. You sort of keep peeling away the layers of those data points until you get to what the core narrative is. And then I came across this video from Jeff Bezos, who's like, we're Amazon. We love data. We love analytics. If we can get it to you 5 seconds faster, we'll get it to you 5 seconds faster. But I also love anecdotes. And so I get stories, anecdotes sent to me by my folks. And you know what? Every time the data and the anecdotes disagree, the anecdotes prevail. So I'm being slightly contrarian, but I
think you're right. You are.
They're part and parcel of the same. They're, two parts of the same coin, right?
You have to look at the bigger story.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
So the data is a great start. Okay, this is interesting, but why does this data exist? No matter where what sources of data you're using.
It's a piece of the puzzle, and I think it's important to, just like when we talk about marketing strategies, a buzz phrase, like think about a 360 marketing strategy and campaign, and right? But when you're looking at the data too and doing that analysis, you have to paint the bigger picture. And there are so many sources also of data that you should be collecting. One note, I think, on data that's incredibly important if you work for a brand or a company is centralization. So I think it's really incredibly important to centralize your data. Collecting it from many disparate places is time consuming and often manual. And if you're controlling things in a central way, you can really see that picture in a much more clear way.
And do it also measure the emotional response as well as the rational response. So data measures the rational response, mostly, that might be a bit of an overstatement, but that's typically the case. But there are ways to measure the emotional response too, and it's going to give you some color to the data. And I heard you mention System 1, Erin. They're one of your clients?
Yeah.
So System 1 is a great example
Yes.
of measuring, using data to measure emotional responses. So they'll do the happy face thing, but then it's like, why? Then they'll go a step further and ask why. Why are you happy? And they have an online, check them out, they're a fantastic company. We work with them too. And they have 500,000 online panelists around the world. And so they go through this sort of online process. So great, you're unhappy about this ad. It's like a pre-testing methodology. So you can use it for influencer campaigns as well as any story, brand partnership you're about to do. So you feel good about this. Why do you feel good about this? And how does it make you feel? And so you start going into the emotional resonance of it. So just to throw them out when you mentioned that.
Yes, 100% on this. And I actually have a brand example. We had a client who was a partner of Edelman for PR, but not for influencer marketing. And my team started talking to them, and we're like, we would love to work with you. And they're like, okay, yeah, we're interested to hear. But we're very happy with our current influencer agency. And we started digging into what they were doing, and these campaigns were terrible. And we're like, why is it you're happy? And they're like, look how many likes we got, look how many views we got, and look at all the comments. They got so many comments. We started reading the comments. So this is a tech company, and they sent a bunch of cute young people to Coachella to be at their house at Coachella. And they would post these posts like, hey, I'm at the undisclosed client house at Coachella. And then all the comments are like, I love your shorts. And I'm like, guys, this is not moving the needle at all. This has nothing to do with your brand. They have followers and they're commenting on things, but it has nothing, it's like you're not moving the conversation forward at all. And I think that's one of those cases where the brand became fixated on, is it views or is it comments or, these different pieces, but it's like, but what's the value of that comment to this brand, know? We got them in the end.
And what's the action you want them to take, right? What's the end result?
So super valuable and best practices. Any other best practices? So far we've heard centralizing your data is really important, looking at the why behind the campaign, measuring sentiment, not just looking at the raw numbers. Any other best practices around activations?
One thing, trend that I'm seeing is, which is I kind of referenced with Gigi Gorgeous, is not making it so transactional and making the relationship more like a partnership and not one-off. I think on both sides, brands are looking for longer relationships with influencers and influencers are looking for longer relationships with brands. They don't want just a one and done. So find influencers that you want to, be with for a while and develop programs that show that there's a genuine connection between you and the influencer.
Yeah, I mean, and that is a trend I'm seeing a lot. So I think brands are looking to develop in-house influencers. And they're trying to build that long-lasting brand association and relationship with the consumer, and that's a great way to do it. We always talk about investing in what's exclusive to you. So that is one way to sort of, invest in an influencer who's exclusive potentially to your company and your activations.
Yeah, and I think another way to frame exactly that is that, be clear of your authority to publish. When you're forming brand partnerships, whether you're briefing influencers and so on, be clear about your brand's own authority to publish. If you don't have authority to talk about this in the wellness space, sustainability, say in the wellness space, but you want that to be part of your message, it's going to backfire, both on you and on the influencers. So I think being clear about your authority and how that authority meets the authority that the influencer has, or if it's a media channel or whatever, it's clear to make it's important to make sure that you have that authority to publish.
Makes sense. So we've focused a lot on influencer marketing in particular, but is there anything else that's important that's not influencer marketing that's part of a brand partnership that we should think about?
I think for me, it was always making sure that any of the assets that these influencers are creating, you're also optimizing those and you're putting them across your other channels, across owned, earned, paid. So it's not just living in a silo on the influencers channel. You want to be, if you can use it on your channel and it fits your look and feel, great, the ability to do that, putting paid media behind it, being able to figure out if you've got multiple influencers and you've got a certain amount of budget, instead of putting even amounts behind each one, figuring out, okay, we put a little bit of paid media and this person's performing better, and so let's put a little bit more here. Or maybe this person is performing better on Instagram, or that one's performing better to this demographic, or kind of looking at those levers and being able to pull some of those levers, and just not keeping your influencer marketing in a silo.
Yeah, and when you consider the activations too, something to keep in mind when selecting an influencer and sort of what that creative is you always try and extend the network in some way. So, one way to do that, a recent example, and this is after we had worked with them, Kylie Jenner launched her Kylie Skin line. One way she did that was with a highly publicized trip for all her friends to an amazing tropical, location, and everything was branded Kylie Skin. But what you saw for the 3 days was she and her, micro influencer group of friends just posting post after post after post about their real life, organic experiences, albeit fabulous and amazing and semi-unattainable. But it really extended the reach of what she was trying to do. So she was using the platforms of her friends, and it really just amplified things.
And I think that building, on both what Sybil and Jen said. I think it's when you're thinking about it's not just what happens, but what happens next.
Yes.
So you're thinking about the journey that you're taking people on, and you're taking consumers on, and where does the influencer campaign fit into that journey? So great, and so it's not a siloed approach. It is, it's as I said before, sort of anchored by a core narrative, but it's a system of stories and a journey that goes beyond just the influencer campaign and goes to other social channels and potentially, other traditional channels as well.
Because there's always a long tail effect, or we hope that there's a long tail.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you want to build continuous engagement, not a
One and
fleeting
done.
impression. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and to add on to that is if you do an influencer campaign with any influencer in any category, let the influencer do what the influencer does. 2 points or takeaways would be you're hiring them for a reason. They know their audience. You don't know their audience. Let them talk the way they talk. And the secondly is if you ask for more, influencers are going to do less. And if you ask for less, they're going to do more. And people always say, I want 5 posts and, or 5 static posts, 5 stories, and they're not going to do it. But if they like your brand and you're not greedy, they'll do more for you. And then lastly, I'll add a third takeaway is that keep it real with the influencers. There's so much around exclusivity and people wanting to be brand dedicated, but none of us do anything in life that's just one brand. You open up your refrigerator, you open up your medicine cabinet, you don't have everything from one brand. It's not real. So hire people that you feel comfortable giving creative control and that you trust. But if you try to micromanage them, it's going to go awry.
So we're coming close to the end of the panel, and I want to make sure we have time to take your questions as well. So we're going to cover 2 final questions on this panel, and this is going to be for all of you guys. So the first one is, I know, Corey, you just told us 3 or 4 takeaways. We're going to go with 1 takeaway, if you had to have one, for our audience members. 1 final takeaway or tip, what might it be? And let's get started with Jen.
Sure. I think one tip for me for influencers would be just the authenticity. As general as that sounds, I think that that's been a pitfall for so many brands and so many executions that I've seen. So if something isn't authentic, I've seen it fall flat almost 100% of the time.
You took one word out of my mouth. I have another one, so I'll add that one. So as well as, and this is for brands, as well as being authentic, your message has to be ownable. It's got to be you and only you. And there's, because if you're in the CPG space and you claim that you're fresh and natural, that's not an ownable proposition anymore. Those are table stakes. If you're not fresh and natural, you're not going to be around in 5 years' time. So figure out what it is about your brand story, your narrative, that's true, and it's something that only you can claim. Because as whoever it was that said, "Be yourself," because everybody else is taken. That's true of brands too.
Thank you.
So my takeaway is bigger is not better. So one thing out there, if some of you are small emerging businesses and thinking I can't hire the Jenners or the Kardashians, you're okay, or Gigi Gorgeous, because we're hearing the word authenticity, and there's greater authenticity with smaller influencers. Find someone that loves your brand. Start somewhere. Maybe they have 100 followers. Maybe they have 1,000 followers. As long as you're getting genuine messages that support, and again, you ask for the rights to repurpose the content, you have the right message. So don't think you have to go after a huge influencer. We know that Matthew McConaughey doesn't drive a Buick, and Tom Brady doesn't wear a Tag Heuer watch. Sorry if I ruined it for any of you. So find people that really do drive a Buick, and find people that really do wear a Tag Heuer watch, and work with them.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're all basically saying the same thing, which is, really find the right person who's already having the conversation that you want to have with your followers, with their followers, and integrate your message in a really engaging way that's on brand for you and on brand for the talent.
Great. And then the final question of the panel before we open it up to you guys is, let's get a little bit predictive. What is the future of influencer marketing? And you don't have to be right. You just have to have an informed opinion, which obviously you all do. So, Jen, can you get us started?
Sure. I mean, I think that we're going to have to evolve to influencer-first social strategies. And I think a lot of that will eventually be paired with the evolution in technology. I mean, things are just changing so rapidly, and we're moving into new spaces, new markets, VR. So how do influencers activate in those arenas? And I think that we have to start innovating now to figure that out.
What's the future, Simon?
I predict that influencer agencies won't exist in 3 years' time.
Ooh.
As standalone influencer agencies. I think they're by the very nature, and it's the same thing happened with social. The same thing happened with digital before social. You know, it's sort of, you have we're a strictly digital agency, and then suddenly that gets integrated into more traditional channels, and then suddenly social comes along, and there are tons of social agencies that then get snapped up by the bigger agencies that integrate them into their offering. And I think that the exact same thing is going to happen with influencer agencies by necessity. They're already doing it. I just merged my small agency with an even smaller influencer agency. There are much bigger companies that are buying bigger influencer agencies. So I think it'll be we're just witnessing the peak of that right now, and I think it's gonna change.
Corey?
I think if anyone tells you they can predict the future of influencer marketing, they're lying to you.
But you can, though.
I can tell you short term, I know where the trends are going, and it goes back to, bigger isn't better. There is kind of a trend back towards, again, it's the most overused term in influencer marketing, but it's the most accurate one, of authenticity, of finding smaller influencers, what we call anything from nano or micro influencers, so I'd say 100,000 and below, and because they have greater engagement, greater authenticity, and they're driving better conversion than the larger influencers, they're also more attainable. I mean, quite frankly, you look at people like, I think the Kardashians are a great example, but if we use the media math that Simon was referencing, or the way it's becoming more standardized, they have to charge $250,000, $500,000 for a post, and that pretty much rules out 95% of advertisers.
So I literally built a slide that had Kim Kardashian with an X through it, because all the big brands are like, well, if I just get, it's like they instantly think. And I'm like, if she's not the right person, if she's the right person and that's the exact audience, then absolutely go for it. But if not, don't just think, oh, bigger is better and I'll go for this person. Yeah, I mean, I'm very curious to see where things go with Instagram hiding likes. What I've heard from influencers that have followings in multiple countries where that's already gone into effect, there's kind of this interesting, half of them seem to think that it's not going to change anything, and the other half think that the sky is falling. So I'm curious to see where that goes. I'm hopeful that it will lead more towards people looking at engagement and looking at what are those actual comments. If we don't have that little heart button, we can still see behind the scenes what those metrics are, but people seem to be a little less likely to click if they don't see, oh, this already got 1 million likes, I'm going to add mine to it. And I'm curious to see how that starts to change the conversation, and I'm hopeful that will keep it a little bit more into what is the actual, what are the stories and how are people reacting to them, and what is that engagement with this post in a much more real sort of way.
Great. Thank you all so much for all the great insights. And now we're going to open up to the audience. If you do have a question, please tell us, just state who you are and keep your question focused. Anyone? Yes.
I work for a small TV network in innovation. Anyway, I was wondering, what you guys would say to someone, to that ancestral idea that as an alternative to paid marketing dollars, you can get influencers instead?
I would say it's not an instead, it's both. And if you can do the two in tandem with each other and leverage the influencer and leverage the paid. And ideally, if you can leverage a couple of influencers and almost do here's your kind of A/B testing of this influencer has this message and this influencer has that message and what's resonating most, and leverage paid too.
Definitely. We have a client called Walida. They're a 100-year-old Swiss wellness product. They're fantastic. Skin Food is one of the products, and we did this campaign with professional stylists and celebrity stylists, and we did the campaign alongside an ongoing paid media campaign, so we were able to see what the paid media campaign did on its own, and then the increase in sales, which was pretty significant once we ran an influencer campaign alongside it. It really amplified the paid campaign.
I think if you're, because I see some worry in your face, maybe about budget.
Wait, is that the wrong answer?
Exactly, that's what I was going to say. But I also think that you can, just in terms of paid media, I think that I've seen, smaller amounts go further. So I think with really smart audience targeting and just staying on top of that, because you can change that in real time, you're able to make like a little, I'm talking like $500, like $1,000 go a long way.
Yeah, I mean, your ovation. So if it's someone, whether you're pushing the network or you're pushing a program, you find someone that's passionate about one of your shows, and then it's content that you could boost or amplify and put paid against. I mean, it's a great hybrid.
There's also something to be said for, if a car brand is sending me, hey, buy this car, it's really amazing, I'm going to be like, yeah, of course. Like, what is the brand going to say? Of course. If my friend says, I just bought this car and I love it and it's so great and I'm in the market for a car, and then I see the paid ad, suddenly you're a little bit more open to it already. And so that's something you could think about too is, do you first serve them the influencer content and then you retarget them with the brand-led campaign?
Yes.
If you're trying to, I have a travel TV series, and there's so many social medias out there, and we love Instagram, but they've been doing a lot of changes, so everybody's scrambling to figure out what to do there. But if you have one thing that you said, oh, we should really focus on this, and not only just like Instagram, but is it stories or is it IGTV, working TV? So that seems like natural. But what would you recommend?
Are you trying to drive viewership? What's your objective?
Yeah, to build the brand, knowledge, or recognition of the brand, build the brand.
So yeah, I think you'd want to break it down in terms of like here's my awareness phase, and I just want people to see this as easily as possible, and then probably now maybe I want people to get engaged with it more. I think you'd want to really put a little bit more specifics around the journey and the goals for each piece of that campaign. For travel, just since you mentioned it specifically, I do feel like Instagram is a great place to be because there are, it does capture people quite a bit. There are so many travel influencers. I feel like that could be a great fit. But again, depends on your message and depends on your target audience. Like if you're targeting a slightly older demographic, maybe you actually want to be on Facebook versus a younger demographic, like maybe you actually want to figure out TikTok and like, let's do something,
Yeah,
so,
I'd also go back to what I said before about just figuring out what is it that your travel brand can own. How does it differentiate itself from other shows that are out there, because there's a million of them. So, what is it that's only you can claim? Because I think that's, we call it in the media business, we call it an editorial platform. So what is your editorial platform that enables you to build trust with your audience, because it's the filter and it's the lens through which you create content?
Well, I understand that, but I was just asking, like, what platform do you think we should be focusing on? Like, even on Instagram, should we be more focused on IGTV or on the stories or on the...
Well, are you trying to, I think one important thing that you mentioned is user journey. So where are you, what are you trying to get them to do and the action you're trying to get them to take? Because I think stories serve a purpose for one, a better purpose for one thing, and the feed for something else. So for me, the feed is more about the awareness, and I think the branding. I think Instagram stories are better for a call to action. If you're able to deep link them into somewhere and track that user, then collect the data, that's incredibly valuable if you have the capability to do that.
All right, guys, so we are at time. I don't believe there's anyone here in this room after us. And if you have any more questions for our panelists, or you'd just like to say hello to them, feel free. They've graciously agreed to stay over for a few minutes to meet with you guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, nice one. Nicely done.
I'm sorry. Thank you. Oh, I don't have a.